Okay, good afternoon, guys. How is everyone? Hope everyone's well. And been following the Apex drama. I spent some time looking around last night, finding out exactly what was going on. And in the end, they binned the idea. They took it off the table. So that was good news. I sort of get why they did it in a way. Whether they did it to help the trader or not, I don't know. Who knows? But one thing I will say about Apex is they do listen to the customers. And, I like the way that they had that sort of open dialogue, questions and answers yesterday. And then they changed the decision. So, you've got to take your hat off to Apex. I've never really had an issue with them, I've got to say. Shall I say an issue with them? An issue that they don't sort out. So, fair dues. They listen to the customers. So, credit to them. So that was good news. Indy, how you doing? Roger, how you doing? Leader Loser, how you doing? DJ, well, you managed to get yours in first, did you? Where is she? She's down there. So I see you. Leader Loser, let's get it. Absolutely. Hey, you can say that again. That's good news, isn't it? How you doing, Angela? Good afternoon, lads. Apex to the channel meeting. Yeah, I sort of listened to it early hours of the morning because obviously we're a few hours ahead over in the UK. So yeah, fair dues to Apex. For changing their mind. Yeah, I think that's good. It's good that they listen. So I was quite pleased about that. I was listening to some of the questions that there were no one seemed to give the reason that I was thinking of. If you ask me why it's a good idea to keep it, and I'll tell you why. When people spend a lot of money in investing in Apex and they fail, sometimes you'll get your PA account and you'll build it up. And if you can get it up to get a payment, at least you've succeeded. Yes, you haven't got a lot left. If you got $2,600, then you take $2,000. You haven't got a lot, but what you have got is a payment which lifts you a little bit, lifts the spirits a bit, and you've got more money to reinvest. So, from a lower scale, people who are just starting to get PAs to work, I think it's sometimes, I get the idea of building a nice cushion, all that, but sometimes it's nice to just get some money. So at least then you've got a bit to invest, because otherwise it's payout. It's constantly throwing money into it. And some people have struggled to get to 2.6, and they want a bit of money, they want a bit of recognition. So I think it's good for people who want that, and I want a bit of that myself. As you know, so good for them. Good for Daryl for changing his mind. So, but yeah, I see what you mean. Good cop, bad cop. I see what you're saying. So that's good. I think Daryl is great. The other guy, not so much. Yeah, is that Skelton is his name? Yeah, I see what you mean. Good cop, bad cop. But he's the sort of the top of the tree is Daryl anyway. But yeah, he's changed his mind. So fair dues to him. I'll take my hat off to him. We've had these issues before where they've, there's a rule or whatever, and they've changed things, and so they do listen to the customers, and you can't say that about every company nowadays. So good for them. I was quite pleased that they backtracked it, actually. But it is nice. It's not often you get the CEO of a company coming on Facebook and we'll chat to people. So I think that's good news. I think that's good. I'm pleased about that anyway, and there's probably a few more pleased about that as well. So here we are, guys. Now I've got one. I've got about just under $200 to get today, and that will get me a PA account. About about $180, give or take. So 2 points really. So if I get a trade today, I'm probably just going to take it. So if you wonder why I'm only taking it 2 points and it rockets up, that's why. So we have got some news coming up in around about 35 minutes, which we've got to keep an eye on. But there you go. So yeah. So I think that, you know, that's all. It's good and positive. It's nice that they listen to the customers. So that's good. Yeah, but there was some messages. There was, you know, some quite funny comments. I got to say, I had a bit of a chuckle last night. But yeah, I mean, they listen to the customers and they backtracked it. So that's good. That is, you know, I like it when a company does that. Because sometimes, you know, sometimes you don't really know what your customers are thinking. But the, you know, the fact they had that sort of that talk, and they, you know, they got the customers to come out with it, and they backtrack. So yeah, so all good. So all good. So I wonder what sort of day we're going to have today. Let's have a look. In fact, even if you draw that back there, it more or less works, doesn't it? Strange enough, but so I wonder whether we're going to get a bit of a ranging day again today. But the market is moving better. It's more fluid, I think. There's less chop and more moves, so it is creating the odd setup as opposed to doing just bouncing all over the place. So that's good anyway. So yeah, have I missed anyone? Have I missed anyone? Yeah, look, Speedy, how you doing? Richard, how you doing? Evening. Where are you from? Ah, right, you're Australia, aren't you, mate? Evening. Yeah, okay. So you are. Wow, it's quite late for you, isn't it? What are you, about between 9 and 11 hours ahead of the UK? I had a niece, sorry. She spent some time over in Australia a year ago, so I'm pretty sure you're about 9 or 11 hours ahead, depending whereabouts you are. 11:30 p.m. Yeah, that's about right. Are you a cricket fan? Are you, Richard? You're Australian. You should be, because I'm a big cricket fan. I know we've got the Ashes coming up soon. So just out of interest. But yeah, where are we now? Okay, market officially opens in about 2 minutes. So all good. 11:30. That's the thing, really. Different people trade different times depending on where you are in the world. I tend to think I've got quite a good time, 2:30 in the afternoon. So I trade till about 5:30. So I didn't have to get up early. I haven't got any late nights. But 11:30 is not terrible, is it? You trade for a couple of hours to 1:30 in the morning. I don't know, maybe it might seem late. Depends what type of person you are. If you don't mind the late nights, but you know, we've got to do what we got to do, haven't we? So yeah, that news ISM services comes up in about 30 minutes. So I think I've covered everything, right? I think. Yeah. All good. Toad, how you doing? Just thinking if I missed. I said hello to you, DJ, didn't I? Because you got in before your missus. So yeah, so all good. I'm in a good place at the moment. Everything feels like it's working okay. I think I've just learned to relax a little bit more and not fight the market constantly. Be loser, what you gotta say? 4122, 4122, 47. Break and hold bullish, otherwise, yeah, I don't know what. I did wonder whether we're going to have one leg and two legs, but we have bounced off the bottom. I didn't notice that trade. If I would have done, I may have taken it because we had that short-term trend channel. We've had a break of it in a new low, and it has bounced there previously. I took a trade off the bottom yesterday, just after the market opened. Okay, we're officially open now. Just after the market, I don't know. It was a bad trade. That back to the EMA. Took similar yesterday. I just had the one. So, okay, let's see what we're going on. Whether we're going to have one leg and another leg down, or whether we're going to move back and work in this range. So that's quite bullish, that, which is triggered. Now, this will be interesting. If this comes down and stops that out, I can see us coming down and having another leg. Let me have a look. Maybe some shorts in there. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see if anyone's taking any longs. Rodian, how you doing? So that is a higher low. So we got the new low here after these. That's a higher low which is triggered. Let's see if it goes up. I think it may do. But we have got a little bit of some sideways. So okay, yeah. Okay, so far we do seem to be ranging. Let's see if this pushes up further. Let me just put my market open mark. 230. That's the one. That would be there. I want to be precise. Load. There we go. Excellent. There's our open, official open. And locked. Okay. Right, let's see how we get on. Now this looks like to me like two legs. One leg. Two legs. One leg, two leg. Now, let's see if we come down. We've got this leg down there and a bit of a correction. I do wonder whether we're going to come out this bottom. Have a look. Let's put in there just out of interest. Let's see if we push up. Where's this news? About 30 minutes away. Okay, so we've had one leg, two leg. Roll Daddy, how you doing? There was something I wanted to say to you guys. I can't remember what it was. It'll come to me. Something like, let me have a look. I took a photograph of something on my phone yesterday. So if some of you guys, if a lot of you guys are like me and you've taken dozens and dozens of evaluations and failed PA accounts, let me give you an idea what some others have done. Where is it? Okay. Right. I am keeping an eye on this as well. Okay. Guy called John Kwan. I think he's a real person. Day trading so hard. Apex. 200 failed evaluations. 25 failed PA accounts. And 100 Bolanox failed evaluations and one failed master account. So there's 300 failed evaluations there and 26 failed PA accounts. So that gives you an idea of how many failures some people have. So I thought my about 110 was quite a lot, quite extreme actually, but it doesn't seem so. If there's that out there, there's probably a lot more out there. So, but yeah, so there's over 300 failed evaluations there and over 26 failed PA accounts. Wow. You've got to give him credit. He keeps coming back and trying. So I thought I'd take a quick screenshot of that yesterday, and I thought that'd be interesting. Okay, this Apex 80% off is still on at the moment. It started yesterday. Over Easter, it's on for another 13 days. You know the story at the moment. My code's up there, 80% off. If you use or you have used it, it is appreciated. So it's on for about another 13 days, I think. I can see it being full-time permanently myself at some point. I thought my 10 failures was high. You've got a lot of shit to go, mate. Some people get the hang of it easy. Some people get the hang of it quickly. Just got funded. Good for you. KBL1. So you're a new face, I think. Whereabouts are you from, bud? Let us know where you're from. I like to know. But good for you. Good for you. It's quite an exciting time, isn't it? The first time I got funded. First time I got funded, I thought, that's it. I've made it. I'm going to be rich. Where was I in for a shock? But no, good for you, mate. Good for you. Where are you from? So yeah, for I got a PA coming on board hopefully tomorrow. I'm about $180 away, so one quick trade and that will sort that one off. Good morning, SW. How you doing? Have I missed anybody? I don't think so. Okay, so are we going to come and have another leg? It's certainly struggling to get up, so I would say it's likely we're going to come down. We have got yesterday's low here, but just the way this, we had a big strong push down and we've gone a little bit sideways. A couple of breaks out and we've come straight back in, so I would say it's likely we'll come down some more. Let's not forget that. Put that there. 122 is giving us problems. Yeah, it is struggling to get up, isn't it? I think we should shoot up possibly. Maybe. I'm not sure at the moment. I'd like to think we're coming down. Just by the way, we're struggling a bit after this leg and this quick sharp push down. We often see that, don't we? Push down sideways, another push down. But that's only, call it an educated guess. Certainly not confident to bet on it, put it that way. Where's this news away? 22 minutes. We haven't hit this measured leg yet. Whether we will or not, I don't know. Okay. Just wondering whether anyone will have gone long there. Okay, is this our way down? I think it may. Let's have a look, although it has touched there and pulled back a little bit. I mean, if you ask me what are my thoughts at the moment, I'd say we're bearish at the moment, in my opinion. What I'm seeing, push down, pull back, bit of a correction, another push down, bit of a correction. If we can get below these lows and close under here, then I expect to get down for that second leg. I'm not aware that there is a bigger trend going on here yet. Let's have a look. It's just too early to do that. NQ is pucking. Did you change that P? Did you change that A? Did you change that F to a P? What are you trying to tell me? Both the S and NQ out of sync. Oh, really? I've never followed the NQ, so it's something I've not done. I should do one day. Just jump in and have a look. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, now you would think it bounces off this bottom, but I'm not thinking about going long at the moment. Someone is, but not me. This is just looking like it's got a slight bearish feel to it. But it has pushed strongly off the bottom of there, so maybe I'm wrong. So it seems that there was some buy orders below that line there. You can watch both and get an idea what's going on. I got you. Well, and I started trading. I started with currency, and you're constantly looking at different currency pairs. So you're looking at other charts, hopefully looking for some form of an entry. So I don't suppose there's no reason why you couldn't trade both, is there? If you're looking at both charts, many people trade multiple charts. But obviously with scalping, it's a little bit quicker and you don't have as much time to think. So whether it maybe doesn't suit scalping, trading two charts, but I suppose they do work very similar. But you would think you could certainly, up your chance of getting a trade if you're, following two charts. Puke as in vomit. Oh, I got you. Puking. Yeah. It's all right. I've got the what's. It's in very small letters. Let me enlarge them a bit. Show is the only chart you look at. Correct. It is. I'm just a male. We're not very good at multitasking, are we? That's my excuse. Yeah, I just trade this. I don't trade anything else. But I think the majority of people that trade Pat's max system just trade the one. I believe anyway. So maybe not. I don't know. Maybe more people. In fact, a couple of people have said they trade the NQ. But I suppose it doesn't really matter what you trade. If you learn price action trading, I think effectively you can trade any market at any time frame. Okay, so let's have a little look. Yeah, I'm not ready to short just yet. We haven't reached that measured leg yet, so that could trigger and come up and take us out. So it's just a bit too risky for me. You may call it a failure, but it just doesn't excite me. Let's see if it triggers. Okay, it's triggered. Let's see if my suspicions were correct. Oh, there wasn't really a second entry or anything there. It just, I don't know. There's something about it I don't like. We've got a doji. We've had this push up. We've got a doji, but it's closed above EMA. But it just doesn't excite me. Although my thoughts are bearish at the moment. Okay, it would have worked. You'd have certainly got 2 points out of it. Oh, look at that. See, what would you have got out of it? You'd have just squeezed 2 points. Now, you know me, I'd have. No, that is a second entry short. I don't like the way that's come down and pushed straight up strong. Let me have a look. That's a second entry short. Let's see how that. Yeah, see, I don't know whether I'd have got out of that quick enough and that would have stopped me out, I think. Okay, that's made its measured leg. Oh, that's tempting.
Order submitted.
That is a second entry. See how that finishes. It's made its measured leg. See where it finishes. Something I don't like. What is it? 8 ticks. There's something about it I don't like. I'm going to leave that alone.
Order cancelled.
Certainly made that measured leg. I just don't like the way that's come down and pushed straight off. Yeah, if I don't get confidence in a trade, I can usually pretty much tell straight away whether I'm confident in it because I'll jump at it and there's something about it I don't like. We've come down here, it's been rejected quickly and it's almost showing me that it's trying to go higher, so that for me it's just a risky trade at the moment. It has made that measured leg, which I like. It's just getting a bit wicky, isn't it? You noticed? Wicks. Yeah, it's looking a bit barbed wiry. Yeah, I made the right decision there. Yeah, something didn't seem right, and you wouldn't have got 2 points out of that, I don't think. No, you wouldn't have done. You'd have squeezed a point out of that, so that was a good decision. Sometimes they just don't. You get used to, I think, after a while, just looking at something, and it just looks choppy. And that's just alarm bells for me. You know, we've got a doji there, a wick at the top, wick at the bottom, wick at the bottom, wick at. It just looked a bit of a no-no. It is a little bit volatile, yeah. Seems a little bit erratic, yeah. I think I'll sip my coffee and wait for the news. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. Where are we? We're about 12 minutes off. Let me have a look. In fact, I'm just going to take a few minute break. I'm just going to make myself a coffee, but it is getting a bit erratic now. So when you decide to leave these alone and they go in your favor, it really does cement, you know, the choices we make, because it just did seem erratic and very wicky all of a sudden, and something didn't seem right. And I think, you know, I try and listen to those thoughts now, and usually they work out well, and that one did. So I'm pleased there, because it would have been a shame to only been trading for like 30 minutes and already be down. So I'm just going to take a quick 3-minute break, grab a cup of coffee, and the news is in 10 minutes anyway, so I certainly won't be doing anything before that. So a few minutes and I'll be back. There we go. What I missed. Hey Nick, how you doing, buddy? What else have I missed? Okay, let's get rid of that for the time being. Remove. Okay, so yeah, definitely ranging at the moment. No argument there. How you doing, bud? It's all right. I just nipped off for a quick cup of coffee. We've got the news coming up in about 5 minutes, so I thought I'd top myself up with some caffeine. Oh, I looked up that guy you said I could trade in Nick yesterday. Sam Bankman Fried. Very interesting. I looked him up and then I saw this stuff pop up all over YouTube. Set me up there. No idea, mate. I suppose it's like what's it in it over here? What's his name? Who's the guy that broke Barings Bank? The rogue trader. In fact, I was on a podcast with him when I was trading currency. The guy I was trading currency with is knew him, and he came on a podcast. Well, you're getting a bit old for that, mate. You're going to break your blooming neck. God, don't they have electric ones now? That's it, Nick Leeson. Yeah. So he was on a podcast one afternoon, talking with Andrew Lockwood. Because I think he did a few years in prison, didn't he? He's still in the finance industry. I don't know how. I thought you didn't think he would be able to, but I suppose you can trade yourself, can't you? You'll kill yourself, mate. You'll kill yourself. I've been on one of them for years. I'll tell you what I do like is it's all right. Someone's just sent me a picture. Is the scooters, the electric scooters. I don't know. I fancy myself one of those. I mean, they're starting to pop up in the UK now. Orange ones are around the UK, and that you just sort of click your credit card and then can pick one up. And but nothing where I live. But I kind of fancy the idea of that. I'm 53 now, mate. I got to watch the knees. I did karate for about 17 years, and I've had cartilage taken out of both knees, so I haven't got the best knees. I certainly don't run anymore. Go on then. What you got now? It's this jet powered one. That's more like it. Is that the real one you're getting, or is that a? Yeah, it is, isn't it? I can see it now. Yeah, I got you. Much safer, mate. Much safer. Where's this news? Oh, any minute now. Yeah, much safer. You're only going to sprain an index finger at best, aren't you? It does look like we're working our way back up, doesn't it? I just don't like the way it's bounced here. Past the time. Where's this news? Any second now. It does look like to be a push up, couple of legs. Oh, up you go. Big spike. Oh, big spike, big drop. Well, I say big. 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 points. It's not huge. We did have a 52-point green bar a few weeks ago. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 points in the grand scheme of things is quite small. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. Quick spike up, quick push down, and then a recovery. It's starting to slow down again, I think, now. It always amazes me sometimes, depending on what the news is, whether it's good or bad, because whenever it does something like quick push down, you think it's relatively bad news, but then straight away it recovers. I suppose if it's shockingly bad news, it'll then eventually work its way down, won't it? You know what, if you're ever in a revenge trading mood, trading the news is fantastic. You either get incredibly lucky or you blow your account really quick. Does look like we're definitely in a bit of a range, doesn't it, there? Let's put this one DYX down. Heard that on the news. I used to have some a news channel on in the background. What's it called? Financial Juice. Yeah, Financial Juice, and you just get a list of the various news. Maybe I'll just try to pass them on events. Trouble is, whenever you get something like that, often it'll go up and then come down in the same bar. It rarely just drops, doesn't it? You usually get an up and down. So even if you doesn't, I don't think it matter there if you went long or short. So okay, so we've hit the top of this, strangely enough. But isn't it weird how it goes up and hits exactly the same point? Strange, isn't it? What's the chance of that hitting it to the nearest tick? It obviously happened for a reason, don't they? Okay, so we've got this new high. Drag a one strike with twice. Failed. Are we coming down now and having this second leg? It may be one leg down and a correction, another leg down. That's hard to say at the moment. Hard to say. Yeah, I take it you heard the news, Nick, did you? About Apex have backtracked on that withdrawal change. I suppose you guys probably hear about it more than me. I think they had that live event. It's probably very late because obviously, you know, I think behind Daryl, I think he's 6 hours behind. So if they do it, you will see Max here. No, I didn't. He mentioned it. Where did he put where's the picture? He had a piece of it taken off. Wasn't it cancerous or something? He had a piece of it taken off. Okay, I'm definitely thinking down now. Let's have a look. It was a spike down, wasn't it? And then a recovery. Will we move down now? Is he put it on where's he put it? Has he put it on the group, is he? On the web page? Mind you, we certainly got the money for the plastic surgery. There's no argument there. You sent me a photo of it. Let's have a look. Oh, ouch. Oh, dear. Wow, you don't realise all that's going on in your ear, do you? Wow. It's not as bad as I thought. It's mainly the surrounding areas, isn't it? I did mention it may grow back. And looking at that, it is the type of injury that would grow back. Well, I say injury. Ouch. Wow, there's a lot going on inside your ear, isn't there? Ooh. At least if anyone says who's Mac, I can show them that. That's the closest I've got to knowing what he looks like. Be nice to have a picture of him exactly, see what he looks like. Okay, so we've got this little channel coming down now. So I would say, from what I'm seeing here, we may get that leg down. Will it be from something like that? Possibly. Maybe. So we've certainly had a new low. That's that there. Let's get rid of this, but it may be something like that. I think we'll certainly lightly hit yesterday's lows. I think, yeah, one tick above. I just had a wild thought about dragging it onto the screen there where everyone can see, but it's probably not the nicest thing to do to the poor guy, is it? So I'll keep that picture private. I won't. I like that. That's a nice trend. That thing I like about these trends is often when you get a decent break, you get a. Now it'd be nice if we could get up there and meet that EMA right under this would be lovely, because then I am expecting a second leg down then. But Matt mentioned in the video it would be in the forum. Just don't know. Is it acceptable or not? I'll leave that one. I'll let you make the choice there. Show you your skateboard. Yeah. No, you're not changing your mind now because I've opened Facebook and it's covering the stream, so if you change your mind. Yeah. There's Nick's. Where is it? Coming through. Where is it? Oh. I can't move it. That's strange, isn't it? Can I move the photo? I can move the photo. No, I can't. It won't let me move the photo. How strange is that? I can't drag it. It won't let me drag it. Ah, how weird is that? It won't let me bring it on the screen. That's strange. Okay. Ah, you're lucky. It won't let me move the messenger for some reason. I don't know why. Ah, okay. Possible. I like the way we've already had one entry. Let's have a look at specific questions to make out. Yeah, I can't get on the screen for some reason. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's not interesting me. I want to get a bit further up. I'd love to sit right under that line there. Would be beautiful. Okay, so first entry. Let's get an order ready because we may get lucky here.
Order submitted.
I want that to push up a bit further. Go on, push up. Ooh. Trouble is, if it finishes there isn't much to go, is there? I had a feeling that was going to do that. That's a shame. Yeah, that's no good for me.
Order cancelled.
Although it has worked straight off that line, but no, it's just, I think that's a little bit risky personally. I think it'll make the points. I think it'll make the low, but I just don't like the way it's... I know it's one tick above it, but I've got that drawn slightly wrong. It is one tick above it, so let me just move that up because that makes all the difference, that one tick. It's literally come down and bounced straight off that, so that would make me nervous about going short there, just the fact that it's bounced off, and it's a bloody big candle anyway. Oh, I'll tell you what I can do, I think. Oh, I can. Let's have a look. There we go. There's Nick's skateboard. He did show me this one first, and I thought he was going to kill himself, but then and there's the... It's actually not. It's just that outer section, isn't it? He did think a lot of that will grow back. I'm only putting it because you can't see his face, so... but yeah, oof. He did say a quarter of his ear, actually, but this typical guy, we always exaggerate. It's not quite a quarter of an ear, is it? But yeah, that's it. Ouch. 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 Yeah, if he's posted it, that's fine. I don't mind bringing it on the screen. Sorry if you're having your breakfast. Yeah, it does look like we're going to come and make this new low. I just didn't like the way that bar came straight down, bounced off yesterday's high, and retraced a little bit. About 40% of it just made me a little bit nervous. Now, if that was full length, then I may take a limit order short up here. But you pretty much got a fair idea that's coming down. But I just don't like the way it did that. If it had just finished here, I'd have happily taken that because it's literally, that's what I was looking for. Literally a bounce right under that line. And that's the perfect place after this break. Pull back up, retest this bottom, and then strung down. It's just a shame it bounced a little bit. Oh well. He's a white guy. He doesn't sound black anyway, does he? I don't know. Sometimes you can tell, can't you? Black and white people. Do they sound slightly different? I don't know. Maybe they do. He just sounds like a white guy, doesn't he? I don't know. Maybe he was black, but no, we know he's white now. Mind you, we're all the same colour under the skin, aren't we? We're all red and gooey. Yeah, I'm going to put that back just for a second. I put it there a minute ago just to see. So we've come off those two swings there, and that's fitting actually quite nice, isn't it? I do expect to come down. Let me just change this colour. I don't know why it comes at this colour. It's horrid. So look, that's better. Yeah, so cancelled. What you cancelled? It's about to get cancelled. Yeah, he's going to kick me off. I think he's posted anyway, isn't he? Look at this. So what are we thinking here? I am thinking this extra leg. I'm just going to remove this because it's going to make me... We haven't really confirmed, or have we? Touched here. Touched. Maybe as it is. Let me just faint this down a bit so it doesn't distract me. So we've had the short-term trend, so we've had a break and a new low. But it's come back up to the EMA and bounced again. So it may, touches here, touched here, and that first swing sat beautifully. There's a little bit of a break there. I'm not convinced it is a break, so I'm just going to adjust it ever so slightly. It's only a couple of ticks. It hasn't made a difference there. So, okay, so we've had this. So, ooh, one push-up, two push-up. Very tempted to take this short. One push, two push. Let's see where it finishes.
Order submitted.
It's actually new high. Try to go once, try to go twice. Failure. I like that. Let's see how it finishes. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Quick call from my wife. Okay, no, I've gone off it now.
Order cancelled.
I am thinking this second leg, the way we've actually broke out of this, we've come back and we've retested it, we've come down some more. So I am thinking bearish at the moment. And this just, it does look like one leg, two legs down, doesn't it? So let's see what happens here. We've got one leg up, two legs up. Let's see if we can get a new high here and then push below it and get a lower high. And then I favour it to come down to here. We've retested that again by the looks of things. Yeah, we've just ticked off it. But it does definitely seem like one leg, two leg, doesn't it? That's quite clear to me. It's finished beautifully there. Not so sure there. Okay. One leg, two leg. But they don't like what it's done there. So one leg, two leg. Come on down. The XY is going crazy. One leg. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, but I'm still thinking. But I felt bearish since the start. If we can get us a, let's just check. There's no trap there. Once. Just the way this looks, I'm pretty sure it's going to come down and make this leg. Unfortunately, there's no setup for us there anyway. Even though there's one leg up, a little bit sideways, another leg up, but. Let's be careful here. Is it going sideways? Let's have a look. It is a little bit. So let's be extra cautious. We've got a lower high there, but it's bounced off here, so I've got to be careful doing that. I'm relatively sure it's coming down, but I just can't take that at the moment. It's just a bit, the bar's naff anyway, so. I like the way it's pushed down and retested it. If we come up and retest this again and get something bearish, I'll take that as a triple test. because I am bearish. For me, this is 2 legs down all day long. 1 leg sideways, 2 leg. Direction still undecided in my opinion. Bias still bullish. Are you bullish? Mind you, the one thing I will say about bullish is it's come back and retested again in it. We'll see. Break above makes me look for longs. I like that. Longs. That's a version of longs. I like that. I prefer it as an M. 4118. Yeah, my thoughts are this this measured leg. I'm pretty sure once it can get out of this, we're going to hit this measured leg. It's too much. It looks too much like 2 pushes down. I think to convince many to go long. Who knows? Okay, so we've pushed down once, twice, 3 times. If we can get bearish here, then I'd take that as a triple test. Right to here, push up, and then. But I'm still bearish at the moment. Have a look at this. Yeah, if we can push out the top here and sit under this line with something like a bearish pin bar, I'd 100% take that as a triple test and 2 measured legs. Yeah, ours gone a bit choppy, isn't it? And also, this channel looks valid to me. Touched here, touched beautiful here, near enough here, near enough there, touch there. It's a valid channel for me. So this is a break. And, you know, as we know, in a lot of cases, we can have a break. We can have 1 push, 2 push, and then we come down. So I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. The signs are telling me bearish at the moment. Okay, 1 leg, 2 leg. If we can get up to here, play this leg out and get something bearish there. I like that. Due to the news, I don't trust that channel, do not. Yeah, I mean, it can make a difference, can't it? But it did seem to settle there, didn't it? And I did mention about this second leg down earlier on. Okay, I like the way that's finished. Now, if this finishes bearish, I'm tempted to take that. But it's got to be finished below there. It doesn't look like it's going to, does it? No, it's not good enough. It might be a good case for shorting, but for me at the moment, it's just too risky. Interesting. Okay, I still feel down here is the target. Interesting to see how it's bounced off the open. Yeah, it's down for me at the moment. I can't see any other way. And you could say sideways, 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 fade the breakout. But it hasn't triggered below here yet anyway, so even if you wanted to trade that, Okay, that's blown my idea. Really did look. I mean, because still, I mean, we had this push down and we had this sort of reasonable size correction. So we've had a pull down. I still feel down is for me. Let's just put this back just in case it comes up. Let's see if it comes up to that line. Let's just make that a bit. Let's see where that finishes because it's touched there, it's touched here, it's touched here. Let's see what this does. Yeah. Let's make that a bit less. See, that could be one leg up, two legs up. It does look like one leg, two leg, which tells me I'm expecting it to come down from here. Let me move that over, which is about the same height actually. No, it's slightly higher. Okay, nice to get a break here. Nice. Okay, let's make a new high. Slightly above there, but close below this line. And we've got room to do it. And then I think down, personally. I mean, I think it's, it's yeah, definitely my thoughts. Especially as we've come up and closed a tick. We've hit a tick below that line and then reversed. Oh, sorry. And then reversed. Strange, let this come down. Literally sat right on top of that. One leg, two legs. Now, it'd be nice to now just make a new high. Maybe just hit this midline of that and then come down. Trend channel break. I mean, depending how strong. Yeah, it's just got down written all over it for me personally. But it could be range in and a breakout. But I don't know, just the way it's sat there. Obviously, it spikes higher because of the news, but it's just the way that's done that. Let's see if it smashes through the EMA. Now, if you're long here, if you think this is long, this will be an area to go long from if there's a setup, because we've got this channel up here and we've got a break. You'd expect a new high, but it's just risky. Now, I'm not going to deny there's some sideways stuff, push down sideways, but it's bearish for me at the moment. This is my target. Keep on coming right the way down. I didn't expect to come down that steep. we break that low there, yeah, there we go. I definitely think down here. Don't mind a bit of a pullback. Maybe a slight pullback, maybe retest this, or a little bit higher, and then come down again. Well, are we going to get 2 legs? If we get 2 legs, it's going to need to get to this middle line. Yeah, there'll have been probably some longs taken that off this bottom. Let's see if it touches below, breaks below there. I'd say it absolutely is. Stopped out. See, it's pushed straight through this range and bounced off the underside of it. That was it. I don't mind a bit of a pullback. Looks like it may even get lower than this. There's no setup there, unfortunately. Okay, 1 leg. One leg, 2 leg, bit below where I thought. Excuse me, just a second, 2 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Right. Come on, down you come. Two doges. Come on, hand again. There we go. Let's have that second leg now. Now, is this going to move higher, or is it going to trap some longs? You know my thoughts. If that breaks below there, I've got no arguments for coming lower. Congested as my colon. I don't like a flat. Yeah. Always get burned on these. Yeah, it is risky, isn't it? We can get below here. I think after this and a break, there's probably going to be some longs there. Just pull down, pull down. There is a lower high there. We'll break below here, then my thoughts are down. But there is a possible, depending on that finishes, possible second entry long. So I think there's going to be some longs trapped here. See if this finishes bullish, which would be short-term trend channel break. Second entry long we went out, but it's down for me. I've got no arguments. Once we get below here, and then this one. Come on. Get below here. That'll be quite speedy, I'd say. There's a... See, if you look at that, we've got new low. Try to go low once, try to go low twice. That's a failure, which is triggered. Fell second entry short, which is triggered, and it's a short-term trend channel with a break. If we can get below here, that'll take out some longs there. You took that, did you? That one there. You didn't take the long, did you? It is actually quite a choppy day today, but the picture to me looks down. One push, two pushes, which is why my targets is down here. And I like the way we've had that leg down, and there's another leg down, which will take us down to this territory, which will take us below that leg. Once we get below here, there's nothing now. Second entry long, second entry short. Yeah, the trouble is it's got to come back quite a way, isn't it, to get the failure? Well, it is for me to take it. I've got to take him on there, but if it does come back, who knows? Once we get below here, we'll be good. Okay, that's equaled it, I think, isn't it? One more tick. Come on, one more tick. Oh, no, it has. Broken there. So we've got a new low there. So now well, as I've said, this is my target. We're about 3 points shy, something like that, at this bottom. I don't mind a bit of a pullback. Trigger that and then push down. So that's a failure there, isn't it? If anybody took that second entry long, once that breaks below there, which I'm pretty sure it will do, then we'll come down to this area here. One more tick, because you may have gone long there, second entry long, nice big bullish bar finish on its high, run it back to the EMA, but it's got risky written all over that. But that might give us a little bit more momentum. There we go. So there's a failed second entry long there, but it's quite a bit away from the EMA, which is why I'm not getting involved in that. Although, as I've said all along, this is my target, but I'm not a fan of taking them that far from the EMA, even though I am, pretty sure we're coming down here. If we did have a bit of a pullback, then I'd take it on a limit order, but I needed 2 points as well just to get that wall into PA. There we go. Okay. So it's quite clear that is one leg down, sideways, another leg down. Unfortunately, that was the only one that resembled half a decent setup, but it was just a bit too far from the EMA. What size bar was it? It was only 2 points. Actually, it wasn't that big, actually. And I only needed 2 points, so If that would have retraced a little bit, then I may have took another limit order. Let's get rid of this now. Okay. So, still bearish to me at the moment. Interesting to see where it finishes down here. Probably two separate legs there. Oh, that's what I had them, didn't I? Sorry. Not with it. Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, I had that one and that one, didn't I? Same thing. It's coming to about the same area. Be interested to see what happens. Whether it does take a ride back up. I would hesitate a guess to say it will do. May come down a touch lower first. Yeah, I did look at that lower high there. Because, I'm pretty sure it's coming down. But I'm not very, very sure, which is why I didn't take that one. Because you don't know whether that's going to trigger. It's going to come up a bit further and then come a bit further down. But which is why I left that. I only really need the one today to get this one to PA. And I only need 2 points, so I don't require a lot. So I'd rather wait for something that's a really good setup than I can almost guarantee I'll get me 2 points then. And there was just, especially after these two dojis, there was just a hint of risk there that I wasn't comfortable with, especially about these two doji and a big bullish bar ending on its highs. We triggered above. You just don't know, do you? So I'm just going to play it safe. That one, 3 or more side by side. So that was a little bit extra risk. But obviously it came down. But I'm still glad I left it because just those 3 there and a little bit further away from than I like it. Even though it worked, it was a sensible decision on my behalf. And for some reason, I seem to be thinking in terms of sensible for some strange reason. I don't know. I've never been accused of being sensible before, but there you go. Okay, I've gone off that swing. There, touch, come across the other side, working our way back. If we can get up here somewhere and get a nice setup, I'm absolutely for going lower. First entry, get up there, come on. ATR's dropped again. Very low again. Seem to be getting a lot of days where the ATR is really getting lower. See if there's any buying around here. Right at the bottom there. Same place. It's interesting. Wonder whether there'll be some buyers there, don't you? Ooh, okay. Retest if the 4112 might be a good shot. That'd be about here, wouldn't it? Somewhere. Sorry, I got the yawns today for some reason. Doesn't look like it's in a hurry to slow down, does it? Okay, what are we expecting now? Some more down? Hard to say. I'm not a fan of shorting that low. I'm not saying it can't go, it absolutely can, but the EMA is moving down though, isn't it? Let's see. See if we can get something off here. There's your first entry anyway, so. Okay, possible short failure. New low, trigger once, trigger twice. See if this triggers. See if Max give us anything yet. Let's have a look. Yeah, Max got his chart exactly the same. The overall touching it. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. It was nice to see that. Max got his the same. Exactly the same. Touching it, touch. That always helps. Okay, are we coming down further or we're not? Let's see if we can get like 2 legs. Okay, so we got a new low, try go low once, try go low twice, possible failure, which is triggered. Short failure, failed second entry, short. Tempted to think about taking this bar, but the fact that we're quite a bit away from the EMA makes it extra risky, extra crispy. Tempting, very tempting. I only need a couple of points. One leg. It has triggered. It's a little bit risky. I prefer one push and another push. Just not a fan that it's not closer to the EMA. I'd say from what I'm seeing, it'd likely break these lows. I think it's bearish enough now to push past here. There are probably going to be some longs here. Another couple of ticks and it'll eat those up. But unfortunately, just don't like the way it's far from the EMA. It would have made me the 2 points I wanted. But But the trouble is, what I don't want to do is have a losing trade, get nothing else, and have to trade another day tomorrow when I'm only $180 away. So I'd sit and wait for something a bit more certain. And the fact is, I generally don't like to take them there. I mean, you could say there's a setup. We've got one push up and another push up. Excuse me if it's just 1 minute. Okay. Someone at the door. Okay. Let's have a look. Gone from there. I'm not sure if that's a bigger range or not, a channel or not. It kind of works. Start here. Touch a bunch of times. Touch. Okay, I think that's as good as any. Push through, push up. Then we've come down this side. We've pushed down, pushed up. It is flitting around the bottom of this channel. We can bring it down a bit. Okay, so that'll be okay. It's only really touched once before there. So if you bring it down, it actually fits there quite nice. Does anyone use Bookmap? I think there are a few that do. Be careful of not adjusting it too much, but if you think about where it's touching there, sorry. Possible second entry short there. Let me get an order ready.
Order submitted.
It fits nice there, so for me that would be a break. Second entry short, hopefully. If it's a small risk, I'll take that. Ooh, I don't think that's terrible. Come back and get us. Come on.
Order submitted.
Okay, it's a small risk, and I only need 2 points, which is about there, isn't it? That 2 points. Yeah. It's a 1.75 point risk. So what do we need? 225. 2 points. It is a second entry short. Another tick and it wouldn't be a bad looking trade. I like the way it's sitting at the bottom of it. We'll see. It's going to take us out, I think. Okay, it was slightly more risky.
Stop filled.
Okay, that's a shame. It wasn't a second entry long. It wasn't a massive risk, so I'm quite all right with that. and we seem to be bearish. We still seem to be touching this line, so I'm okay with that. So it was that one, wasn't it? So it was a second entry short. Wasn't a fantastic bar, but it wasn't the worst one out there. So what do we lose there? 1.75 points. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind doing that. So minus 1.75 points. I think it was worth a risk for what we needed to pass. Let's have a look. So what are we now? So I am about 350 short. Okay, so that you can get that in a decent trade. So I went from here. It's touched really nice here, touched nice here. So for me, it seems quite a nice channel. And it might come down, but it just might need a little better bar than that, really, to get people interested. So we'll see. We get a lower high or something, but 3.5 points I think I need now, so that's not too bad. So 3.5. That's 12. Say 13 ticks would give me what I needed. Is that about right? Yeah. Let's edit that one. 13 ticks would give me what I need. So I'd rather set template save. Yeah. 13 ticks. Okay, so I can leave it where it is basically, and hopefully work to it. Let's have a look. Okay, one leg up. This is 2 legs up. Try a look. 1, 2. Okay, so try to go once, try it twice. Maybe a short failure here. Let's have a look. Okay, that's more or less made that measured leg. So I'm okay with a move. 1 leg, 2 legs. See if we can push down and get a lower high. Yeah, it wasn't a terrible bar. Another tick or so, it wouldn't have looked too bad. But I think it was worth the risk. It was only 1.75 risk, so it was a small risk. And if it would have made us 2 points, could have quit that account now. But that's okay. That's all right. That's all good. I'm just thinking, is there any type of a bit of sideways in there? I don't know. I don't think there is actually. Let's make sure I get this right. I am 350, 365 short. That's 3.5 points. Have a look. 3 points is 12 minus 8. That'll give me. I need to get 360. So 3.75 points, so 12. Is that right? 3.5 points is 350 minus 8. So that gives me 13 short. So 15 points should be fine. 15 ticks. Save. 15. That will get me 375. Taking away 365. Yeah, that'll just get me what I need. Okay. In fact, I'm going to give it one extra tick just in case. Save as template. Save. Okay. So ideally somewhere close to 4 points. Okay, let's have a look. I mean, if we have to go another day, that's fine. I've got no problem with that. It's gone really slow, isn't it? Mm. Sort of done the same there, isn't it? Push down, we haven't had a new low, and we've pushed upwards. We've done some of there. We've done very similar. We've pushed down. We've had a little break. We haven't made a new low. We've pushed up and then we've come down and made a new low. So I'm expecting if we can get up to this measured move or close to it that we may start to move down again. God, it's gone so slow, isn't it now? Been on working on those last 3 bars for about 2 minutes. Okay. Let's see if this has a break. Okay. Definitely not interested in going long. The last time we had that, we had a break. Didn't have a new high. Same there. So, see if it traps some longs. Having said that, we didn't make that measured move. So it may push up. I just can't long it at the moment because we clearly been in a downtrend. Just can't go long at the moment. I'm not saying it won't go long. Interesting. You put the measured move at the close. It's already been reached. Oh, in about there. Well, you go from the bottom, wouldn't you? One leg up, should be there. Back to the MA. And one leg up there, which hasn't been reached. One leg, a bit of sideways, two legs. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud, if that's what you're on about. One leg, sideways, two legs. Now, are we going to push higher and make a new high? Are we going to push up and make this second leg? Or are we going to get traps and longs? Yeah. God, it's gone so slow, isn't it? Just wondering if there'll be a few traders finished early. As it's Wednesday, we're coming up to Friday, aren't we? Easter. I've only ever known to start it at the wick, not the body. Because if I do that, I'm going to have to start that at the body, bring that down to the body, bring that to the body. No, I've only ever been told the wicks at the wicks. I don't know about anybody else. Everybody right at the very top of the wick. Same I did with that one as well. From the wick to the wick. Most of the time, it works perfectly. I don't know. I'll have to go in and see what he covers about measured moves. It's been a while since I've said anything. I could be wrong. I'm sure we go for that. I don't know about what anybody else thinks about that. Does anybody else go from the wick and the measured moves? Oh yeah, I suppose so. Every tick counts, but that's just me. Yeah. Oh, it's gone from the wicks. Okay, one push down. We're going to get another push down, followed by a move up to make this measured move. I don't know. I do wicks and so does Mac. Yeah, that's all I've ever seen. Wicks. Okay. I'm still thinking down at the moment. Whether it'll retest this high or not, I don't know. But let's see if this ends up bullish and it triggers. Might take some longs in there. I mean, it may go up, but I'm still bearish at the moment. I just can't go long. I'll try and find the chart lesson. Yeah, interesting. You just don't know, do you? You don't know whether he changes things or what. But So I suppose if traders are targeting a certain area, they'll target the very top, not just the close, because obviously the close, depending on how many trades there's left in a candle. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, it's going a bit sideways. I think people are confused. Are we going to push up and make a new high out of this, or are we coming down? Okay, I think there's the answer. Try to go on. So see if this brings in any longs. If this triggers above, I may take this on the failure. Finish bullish. Go on. I don't think it's going to, is it? That's a shame. Now let's see what we got here. Is this going to make a new high, or is this some form of a down channel? Trend channel. Down trend channel. You know what I mean. See, for me at the moment, everything's bearish. Let's see how that finishes, because that is a second entry long. Let's see if it does entice longs to go there. Could fill the gap down. Okay, so try go on. Try. That's a failure. No, I kind of like that. Let's have a look. Try go on. Try twice. It's 11 ticks, isn't it? There's something about it I don't like. It's 11 ticks, tick above, tick below. One leg, two leg. Okay, no, I think that's okay. And I'll
Order
tell you my
submitted.
thoughts in a minute. We've had one leg, two leg, and I'm thinking down again. Let's wait and see. We're down trend at the moment. We had one leg up, two legs up, and then I'm thinking down. We'll see. In fact, it's probably better that there's a failure further up here. Let's have a look what I'm doing here. Strike one, strike twice, failure. Let's just try that channel again. No, I've got alarm bells ringing in my head for some reason.
Order cancelled.
That's been it. Excuse me just for a second. Okay. Okay, loads of time. Okay. Let's see if we hit this measured leg, or indeed there's one leg, two leg. Let's see if that gets us back up to here. One leg, two leg, that will get us up to there. Interesting. So yeah, that's a good point, actually, Chad. It's often, I mean, usually the tops and bottoms were right, but on one chart from the next one, a bullish bar might end up. I've had them where someone's chart looks like a complete bull bar, and another one's chart looks like a bullish pin bar, although still giving the same signal. But yeah, these where they close, these areas here can be different from chart to chart, but the closes generally don't. Okay, we had that one leg up. So yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so we've had that channel, and we've made a new high from it. And we're bouncing off this measured leg. Are we going to go up any higher? Possible. Let's see. Let's get rid of that one. Okay, one leg, two leg. Yeah, it's bearish for me at the moment. Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? How you feeling today? Better? Bit clearer? Okay, short-term trend channel break. Nice to get a new high and play out this measured leg. All good. Good on you, mate. Excellent. I caught up with it early hours of the morning, mate. I know they got rid of that. They got rid of that change, haven't they? They're keeping things as is, so that's good. Okay, we've ticked on that measured move now. So they came across really arrogant, to be honest with you. I like what they say. Yeah, I think a couple of people mentioned that. It was the other guy, wasn't it? What's his name? Skelton, John Skelton. Someone else mentioned they didn't like how he come across. But Darryl was okay. He seemed okay. And obviously they dropped it, didn't they? No, exactly. You can't fault them, can you? I mean, customers weren't happy. They listened to the customers, and that's that. So that's all good. That's the one good thing. Well, that's one of the many good things about Apex is they do listen to the customers. If the customer's not happy, I mean, from what I believe, they're the only company that do that. That you can take it out. So they could have said, no, sorry, we're keeping it as is. But because they're that good anyway, I still don't think that I lost many customers because they're going to get the same wherever they go. But the fact that, customers complain, not a lot, I don't believe, but and they changed it. So good on them. Touch, 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 touch. Let's see what happens here. I only need one for the PA, and I took that slightly riskier second entry short, which fortunately the total risk was 1.75 points, so I was quite happy to take that. I went off this first swing, and it seems to fit quite nice, but we are at the bottom, so but I took it purely because I only needed 2 points, and I thought I might squeeze 2 points out of that, but it wasn't to be, so never mind. It was a bit of an aggressive trade because it didn't fall beautifully, but there you go. That is yesterday's lows. Let's see what we get up to, whether we're going to come down strongly or whether we're going to push up. Yeah, see, I get the fact that if people have struggled for a long time and they've put money in and put money in and put money in, and they're still finding things tough, when they get to, say 2.7, they might think, okay, well, look, I'm struggling still. Maybe as I got, this PA up with maybe a little bit of luck, I'm still struggling with this, I'm still struggling with that. Maybe as I'll take $2,000, which will give me money to reinvest, then that will keep me going in evaluations and PA accounts for the next six months or 6 to 8 months or something. So I understand that thought process because it's that process has crossed my mind before. That was what I was planning on doing, just getting to maybe around about $3,000 and taking a payment, just because I'm just fed up of putting money in all the time. But I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it was just the initial shock of it, wasn't it? Because Apex usually have a habit of getting rid of, hey Jimmy, how you doing? Not so good, mate. Not so good. It was about a week and a half ago. I had some problems, but I had a chat with Nick on the phone. Just a few sort of hints and tips, a little bit of support just to try and get myself back on track. And I feel like a bit of a different trader now. I'm a little bit calmer. I'm not trying to rush things. So I'm taking my time a bit now. And I'm just concentrating on the process. And hopefully I may start to progress a bit further. Yeah, it's a fair comment. It's a fair comment, isn't it? I mean, people like to sort their own sort of stuff out, don't they? Okay, so we've had the short-term trend, so we've had a break and made a new high. Now let's see if we can get maybe a failure below this, because I'm still bearish at the moment. We've come up close to the tops here. We've certainly had a couple of, it certainly to me looks like one leg, two leg. But I'm not prepared to just take that as a lower high so close to the EMA. And I prefer to come down a bit more, come down below it. I don't think there's a bigger channel going on there. No. I don't think so, no. Well, they did say, if anybody thought that, because someone mentioned it, he said they had the best month ever. I don't think so. I don't think that's the problem. I mean, whether they were doing it for the trader or not, you know, because I'm not naive enough to think that, you know, business is about making money. So, you know, you can't argue with that. But no, I don't think they have any liquidity issues. Not at all. Let's see if we can get a failure here. Let's try if we can get a failure below here. So we've had one leg, two leg. We've also had a break out of this and made a new high. Try go once, push below the EMA. Try another pullback. I don't think there's anything else going on here. One leg, two leg. One leg, couple of legs down, another push up. If we can push above here, I don't see how they can be losing money. No, I think they make a ton of money. Come on, pull back a little bit. No, I don't think that's the issue at all. Whether a lot of people were just getting their $2,000 and then just blowing it on purpose. Because see, what you could potentially do is take an evaluation and get a payment within the same month. So technically, you could pay for evaluation, pay for a PA account, hit your target, blow it, and you're making $2,000 a month. And all it's costing you is $33 and $80 for the fees. So, you know. So I think a lot of people may be doing that. Okay, that's played out, and that's played out. Just checking I'm not going to get stuck in a second entry long here. Hopefully we can push above there. If we can end up bullish and then go a bit higher, that may trap a few. Go on, go a bit bullish. Whoa, push up. I think he's going to come down without us, unfortunately. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Take it with a grain of salt. You know, I'm not naive enough to think businesses out there have solely got your sort of health at the top of their agenda. I mean, their main form of business is to make money. And if a lot of people are, you know, passing an evaluation, and you can pass an evaluation by getting lucky, they're, you know, squeezing out 10 days, a little bit of luck maybe, withdrawing, then it doesn't matter whether they blow an account. But the trouble is, when you have a rule like that, you can't, you know, if people choose to do that, as you know, as part of the rule, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? There's not much you can really do about it. Okay, second entry long. Let's see if there's a possible failure here. Let me get a
order submitted.
Just in case, because we've pushed down below the EMA. There's a failure there. Let's see how it finishes. It's bullish. It may. It's also a second entry long. It may encourage a few buyers. No one's going to buy there, are they? Try go once, try twice. It's a failure. Something about it I just don't like, though. Hmm. See if this drags some buyers in if it feels bullish. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Sam. Yeah. But the trouble is, if that's their policy, they can't exactly argue with it, can they? Yeah. Okay. That second entry long was triggered. So, I'm going to put an order down there. Let's have a look. Striker once, striker twice. No, something's not right.
Order cancelled.
It's all right. That one had ticked above it as well. Not sure how much their business model actually based on making money. Yeah, exactly. Well, what I will say, and I've thought about this quite a lot, if you, let's say you got the average guy and he's blowing, say, I don't know, 10 evals a month for argument's sake. Let's scale it up. That's $330. Let's say he makes one PA account. That's another $140. That's $470. So they could be making $470 from one trader. Now, if you've got a guy making $20,000 a month, they're making $2,000 a month off him. So they're definitely making money off traders. And if you're a good trader, you're a successful trader, you're going to start scaling up. And I don't think 10 accounts, $2,000 is a huge amount. They're going to make $2,000 a month out of you, which is way more than they're going to make from a guy blowing 10 evaluations and one PA a month. You see what I mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they certainly do. Okay, so we've had this short-term trend channel. We've had a break. One push up. If we get another push above here, I'm definitely bearish at the moment, but it's there's a bit of a trend. Look, almost looks like two legs, doesn't it? It's just gone a little bit unclear lately. Just thinking there's a second entry long there, which is triggered. One leg, two leg. I'm tempted to put a buy order there, but because it's such a big distance where my stop's going to be, I'm not. Get a lower high there. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Tyler. I don't know. Can it though? I mean, it's a legal loophole, if you like, isn't it? It's something they allow you to do. I mean, they're not stupid. They must be aware of it. You know what I mean? I was hoping that was going to tick above there. This looks like a break. Short-term trend channel with a break. I'm expecting a new low. I was hoping we're going to tick above there a bit. You could just keep PAs and not have to worry about recurring fees. Yeah. So all you really got to do is pay $33 and then $80. It's costing you $115 and you make $2,000. But if you can pass an evaluation and then get a PA up to $2,600, then you've obviously got some trading skills. So you won't want to do that for long. You might want to do that once or twice to get a bit of money in. But then if you're able to or managing to get a PA up to $2,600, you've clearly got some skills to make some money. So you may do it for one or two, possibly three, get a bit of money coming in, but then you would want to keep pushing those accounts and add more to them. So it is hard to know exactly what their thought process is when they decided, when they decided on changing that rule. Who knows? Okay, so we've had this little channel here. Looks like a little channel to me. We've had a break, expecting a new low, which we've had. Also looks like there could be two legs. Unfortunately, there's no... let's have a look at that. I mean, we are bearish, aren't we? We have been in a downtrend, coming down, back up, 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 down. We are coming down. One leg, two leg. Yeah, I'm definitely bearish. No entry, just no entry. As relatively sure I am we're going to have one leg, two legs down here. There's just no entry. There was a failure. Try to go on, try failure, but you just don't know, do you, whether we're going to maybe have another leg up or something. I don't know. Too many people blowing PA accounts. Yeah. I mean, why would they be interested in people? Why would they be concerned with people blowing PA accounts and not getting any further? Which is why they come across that, because they don't seem to be bothered with people blowing evaluations. You know what I mean? Now, the difference with evaluations and PA accounts, you blow an evaluation, doesn't cost them anything. They make more money. You blow a PA if you've managed to get a payment. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. So perhaps it is the fact that they're paying out quite a bit more money. You know, some people can get a bit lucky for 10 days, maybe a bit lucky. Or, once the pressure starts getting, you start making a few mistakes. If you can squeeze 10 days and over $2,600, you can take a payment. You haven't got to worry if you blow it then. You've got $2,000. Okay. One leg down, two legs down. That looks like that's happening to me. One more tick. Trouble is, there's just nowhere to go short there, really. You could have took that failure. Fact, try to go on, sorry, you could have took that failure because there was possibly some second entry longs in there, but it just, even when it broke below there, it retraced a bit, so. Hmm. It's gone very slow, isn't it? Let's have a look at the volume. Volume's not too bad. In a lot of cases, if I'm getting it like that, it's not fitting on my screen, so I've had to compress it a bit. So that change was 100% to make people trade for longer, and the longer people trade, they'll blow PA, and Apex won't have to pay. I'd be inclined to agree with that, Kevin. At the end of the day, they're a business. They're designed to make money, and if anybody, doesn't see that, they're naive. So I perfectly get that. But on the other hand, I absolutely think if people can trade, they want you, because they can make money out of people who trade. Now that guy Vince, who has withdrawn over £1 million this year, $1 million this year, they'll have made $100,000 on, or thereabouts, and that is way more than they're going to make. So if you are a successful trader and you can go past those 3 months and build an account, you're definitely valuable to them. There's no two ways about that. I did wonder whether this wasn't about having traders making money from being a successful trader. I thought it was more about the failures, but if you work it out, they've got to make way more money, per person. From being a successful trader. Trouble is, there's that many prop firms out there, and no, I have had a discussion with a few people, and I generally believe that they do make money out of traders, not from failing, from actually being successful. But yeah, I would agree with that, Kevin. It's probably a lot to do, and that's business, isn't it? Businesses are designed to do that. Since they brought it down to 10 days, see, it's a lot easier to get to that target in 10 days. Even if you're not a great trader, you might get a bit lucky but so that might be why people take it. And you can't moan at people. If someone's done 100 evaluations and they get to $2,600 every 10 days, a lot of people are going to want to take the money. So if you set those rules, you've got to accept the fact that sometimes people are going to use the rules. As long as they follow the rules, they're not doing anything wrong. Back in the day, they were only Top Step, and they ran the show for a good few years. Yeah, there's so many now, isn't there? Because there's obviously a lot of money to be made out there. You think what they pay to what they receive in failures. I don't think it's anything close. People talk about. I don't hear people talk about them anymore. Who? Top Step, you mean? Yeah, I've not. I hear people mentioning Lilu and Bullnox. I did something with You Profit, and then a mate of mine, Marlon, mentioned Apex, and their rules. The only thing that I didn't like with Apex was the fact that you had to trade for 25 days. Now they brought it down to 10 days. That is much better. But to be honest with you, as far as I'm concerned, they can't be touched. They listen to the customers. There's no argument there. I've never had a problem with them. If I've had any issues with Rhythmic in the past, they've reinstated my account or set it to the previous day, so I've got no problem with them. Okay, got a failed breakout there. Ooh, it was a quick move there. Let's see if we can get a lower high. 2 legs down. There's obviously some shorts there. 1 leg down, 2 legs down. Break. New low, see if we can get a lower high. It's getting a little bit choppy. Yeah, I mean, I get the fact that if people are putting a lot of money and they want to get some of it back, some sort of recognition that I finally got something coming in, I get it. Once or twice, you certainly wouldn't want to keep doing that. That's for certain. Otherwise, yeah, you're never really going to build, are you? But sometimes if you're bunging loads of money and you might be struggling to keep funding it, then uh, I get, getting a little bit of money coming in. It's getting a little bit choppy here. Let's have a look. Okay, we've got a bit of a channel down here. We've had a break. Not very clear here. One leg, two leg. We could have one leg, two leg. That is a second entry long. There's a high. We've got a new high there. One leg, two legs, second entry long, which is triggered. I think this is a break in a new low, so I'm tempted to put a sell order below there because I think this is a break and we're expecting a new low.
Order submitted.
I think there may be some traders trapped there. We've had a break of this. Let's see if this triggers below. Bearish for me at the moment.
Order submitted.
Okay. That's triggered. Oh, don't know what happened there. Why can I not move? Oh, okay. Hopefully that finishes bearish. What's the risk? 8, 9, 10, 2.75 points. You say range, it is at the top, but the bottom we've only hit that once. Let's see what happens. See how this finishes. Finish bearish. Come on. Okay, another couple of points and that'll do me. See if we break below there. Push down. Come on. Another 1.5 and I'm done. Come on. Come on, take my target. Come on. I'm going to put that there just so I can guarantee myself something. Come on, get lower. Get a touch lower. We're good. Once we get below this, I think we'll hit that. Come on. Be a bit of luck. Come on. I'm going to give that a little bit of room. I'll tick. So it finishes, get another tick down. Okay, I think we're right there. Just need to hit this. Come on. Come on. I probably should give it a bit more room, really, but I'd rather get something. Nothing. Come on, a few more ticks.
Order filled.
What do we get there? Okay, so we got our money back, basically. I only needed about another point and that would have passed that evaluation. But okay, so at least we're at 0 now minus fees. So I just wasn't, because we'd made a new low, I just wasn't prepared to give any more back. So that was that. 2 points. I'd say we're likely to get down here, but so that was 2 points. Plus 2 points. There was no point in taking 2 1/4 or 2.5 points. I might as well have sitting there just for the other point, and that would have got me where I wanted. Got me what I wanted. Okay, but that was a second entry short and a lower high. And after this, we've had a break, and there'd have been maybe a few longs trapped there, which is why we had quite a strong movement down there. But I think this is probably going to come lower, but I just wasn't prepared to risk it. I'd rather get the one trade and then have a smaller. I only need sort of a couple of points now. Let me have a check. What do I need? Yeah, I am. Yeah, if I take 2 points, 52,812. So if you take off 8, 2 points is plenty. So I just need 2 points. So I didn't want to risk it. It's probably going to get down here, but I just didn't want to have to do more. I like the fact that all I've got to do now is get 2 points, so that should be relatively straightforward. Or did I get 2 points? No, I don't think I did actually. 1.75. I thought that was about right. 1.75 points. Happy days. Right, let's have a look. Shame about that one. I knew I was taking a little bit of a risk there, but that channel looked not too bad. I went off this right at the top here and picked up this first swing, and then it touched lovely and it touched lovely. And we did have a second entry short. Only trouble is the bar wasn't fantastic. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It was only a 1.75 point risk. Now, I only needed one trade to pass that evaluation, which is why I took it. But I am aware that there's these bottoms and it's likely to pull away from there. But because I only needed 2 points, I only needed to sort of get down to here, so which was the bottom again. So I thought it was a calculated risk. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But I thought about it. I accepted it. And I was okay with it. It didn't bother me in the slightest. I didn't. So the way I see trading now is if I believe the trade to be a valid trade, even if it's a slightly more aggressive one, and I take it, I'm okay with that. So that tells me the only time I get frustrated and angry is when I take a trade that I know I shouldn't have done. So as long as you follow the rules and stick to the rules, you shouldn't get any of that horrible frustration, because there's nothing worse than sitting through a trade when you know you shouldn't have taken it. Because you're relying on a lot of luck there, and obviously as traders, luck, really, a little bit of luck is obviously an element, but sort of 90% of it, 95% of it is down to reading the chart correctly. So we're clearly in a downtrend today. We had these two legs down, we had a break. I expected a new low, which we got it. A little bit congested there, but the fact that it closed below there, just in case there was any guys going long there, the fact that it ticked above, and once that closed below, I jumped in, and it's probably going to come down, and it would have made my points another couple of ticks, but I'm not prepared to just sit and lose that $175. So thanks, Nick. But yeah, I got to say, when you do follow the rules, even a slightly, I mean, it was a clear second entry short. Wasn't the best bar, but I've seen trades like that, and I've seen mark trades like that worse. So it was a calculated. If it had been the 3 or 4 point risk, I wouldn't have taken it, but it was calculated. I had that thing before as well in a bad trade. And it's a horrible, especially when you revenge trade, there's a horrible burning feeling in your chest, and it feels horrible. So many days I've had a good day, and I'll come back to the chart and I'll jump in and I'll have that horrible burning feeling. It's foul. You hate it. So I'm learning now, as long as I take trades I believe to be a good one, I never get that feeling again. And it's only when you take trades that you know you shouldn't have done when you fail and when you blow your account. So one more tick and that would have hit my target, which would have passed it. But that's fine. I'm okay with that. I've got back what I basically lost, and I'm still only 2 points away from passing. So whether I do it today or whether I do it tomorrow, it is what it is. I've come to realise you can only get what the market offers you. Yeah, I thought it might. But that's fine. Oh, look at that. I thought when it breaks here, it might have a push. Yeah, it did, didn't it? But that's okay. I'm fine with that. The trouble is, because we'd had a break and a new low, I wasn't prepared to give up any more of my profit. And if it means I've got to do it in two sections, that's fine. But that looks like a couple of legs. And we're coming down to these lows. So if you sit there, genuinely wait for good trades, you shouldn't. There's no reason why you should have that horrible feeling. But it's a gross feeling. Makes you feel physically sick. And while you're in that trade, the only thing that's going through your head is, oh, please let it work, please let it work, and frustration for doing it. But if you lose it, you jump in again, don't you? Straight away. So many times the market's going bid down like that, and I hit sell. Sometimes I'll hit sell 5 times and take 10 and try and scrappily get a few ticks. We've all done it, and it's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. And I've got to say, this last week, well, 6 days since I started this evaluation, I've taken it steady, I've taken less trades, and I haven't had that feeling once. And I've got to say, it's been a much more enjoyable trading week for sure. Had that feeling before as well in a bad trade, and I know it's horrible, Ivan, isn't it? Yeah. Also, kudos, you putting it all in front of 60 plus people. Thanks, mate. To be fair, it's helped me. It's the only thing. Well, it's helped me, whether it's the only thing or not. But sometimes it's good to share it with other people, because you know what it feels like. It helps me, and if it helps anybody else, it's win-win, isn't it? This is a real psychological part. This is real trading. Thanks, Lance, for being real. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Ivan. I appreciate it, mate. Yeah. Literally feel like your soul is being sucked. You do. It's a horrible feeling, and we've all had it. And you say, I'm never going to do it again. And what happens? You do it. But for now, this is the first week where I've had a good solid week and I haven't taken a stupid risky trade because I think the market's going down. Yeah, I'll say all the time, I think the market's going to do this. But what I think and what I'm 90% sure are two different things. I think it's going to go down because what I'm trying to do is understand what other traders are thinking. Because when you look at stuff, if you're pretty sure it's going down, it helps your decision making, you know. You don't want to be taking a second entry long in an uptrend. A second entry long in a downtrend. But knowing, when trends are working in your favor and understanding, the whole picture of the day is we're a little bit choppy, but we're clearly moving down. So really, most of your trades, I'm not saying all of them, if if we're working up in stuff like this, you can't scalp a point or two, that's fine. But, my policy is now, it's changed as I've developed that I only look for shorts in a downtrend. And as choppy it is in parts, but after we sort of moved down here, we hit the second leg, which I expected, which was about down here. And then we've just continued down since. So, but we've had this break and we've had two legs down to a new low and we're one tick below there. So whether we're ranging a bit, I don't know, but I only need 2 more points. But it's funny, I took that and I accepted it and it went against me, but I was 100% okay. You can usually tell with me, I usually go a bit quiet when I've taken a bad trade, but I didn't, I accepted it. And the reason I accepted it is because it was a clear second entry short. The bar wasn't fantastic, but I am aware it could have been a tick or so lower on someone else's chart. And we had this trend. Now, whether this trend is valid or not, I'm not 100% sure, but I went from this tick down to the next swing, which was here. And it's touch, all there, touched here, and it's close here. And for me, that was a break. But the fact that we're in a downtrend and we've already hit these lows, maybe why it triggered a couple of ticks but didn't push down there. Another reason I only took it is because I mentioned I only needed 2 points. If I'd have gone from my usual 3 to 4, it would have been sort of pointless really, but there we go. Always the most difficult part is the last bit to get funded, or even the last bit. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I feel quite differently this time though. I think if I'm honest, I'd probably say 9 out of 10 of the PAs I've passed, and I've passed about 10 of them, I've had a day where I've taken a stupid trade and took a risk, or I've come back later and maybe doubled up and got $700 or $1,000 ahead. In other words, give myself a lucky head start. As I was saying yesterday, I think the main reason is because I didn't think I had enough skills and the capability to do it without that bit of extra luck. But when I've sat down and took my time this week, I'm starting to realise that actually I can. But what I have got to do is just sit patiently, and I've done that this week, and I've done well. Things have gone really nice. So once your skills develop and you get used to those emotions, I think then you start to figure out that actually when I take my time, it does work and I am getting somewhere. And then I think then your faith and your belief in your skills then start to take over, hopefully, and the revenge trade starts to become not an issue anymore because you don't need that bit of extra gamble or a bit of luck. But I would say a lot of my PA accounts I've blown in the first 30 minutes. Simply because I didn't think I had the skills to be able to make them work, and I've took a gamble on maybe 5 contracts or 10 contracts and quickly tried to squeeze $1,000. And then I'm thinking I've got a head start now. Let's see if I can't keep it. You know what I mean? So I've relied on luck and a bit of gambling. But, you know, as you keep trading and keep trading, you'll hit a point where you start to think, actually, I'm starting to think I can do this. And you get that bit of belief. And I think I'm in that area now where I don't feel the need. I've had no urge to jump in at all. I've had no emotions that have got the best of me. So hopefully I'm down a nice, comfortable path, and hopefully things will continue to feel like this. But what I do love is it's so much more relaxing to trade when you don't have that horrible feeling of taking a bad trade. It becomes quite pleasant then, you know, because it is a horrible feeling. As Ivan mentioned earlier, it's a sickening feeling that it does feel like your soul's being sucked out. So, and if I'd have got $200 away from my PA, as soon as I finished this stream, I'd have been on there trying to gamble, trying to hit it lucky. And if you only need $200, you're probably going to do it a lot of the times. But I got within $30 of hitting a PA once, and I blew a little bit too far, and that was it. Blown. And when you're $30 away, it's a sickening feeling, and I'm fed up of having that feeling. So we're on 3 hours, which is usually my limit, but I'm feeling perfectly fine. I'm relaxed. I'm in a good place. So I'm going to continue on for another 30 minutes just to see if another opportunity does come, just to sew this up, sew this last trade up. As I say, I only need 200. Let's have a quick look. I only need $200. Yeah, 2,812. So if you take away the 8 points, 2 points will put me about $4.50 above where I need to be. So let's go on for another 15, 20 minutes. We'll see what happens. Okay, possible second entry short there, but they are 3 back-to-back. There was there, but let's see if we can get a failure. But we had exactly the same pattern there, didn't we? I'm just wondering if there's a bigger channel in play here. I don't think there is. No. You got to be careful there. Same pattern, suck you in. I'd say push up, break, push up, break. I'd say it's probably going to come down, but excuse me a second. Sorry about that, my wife phoned. She's just downstairs. Okay, so that did work. For me, that would have been a little bit risky, although we had the break. We didn't get a new high, but we did have 3 bars back to back. And fortunately, we had a quick spike down, and that would have done it. But the fact that we've already had a break, 2 pushes down to a new low, is just telling me to be a little bit careful. Now, usually when you have a downtrend or a trend like this, we have a break, which we did, and we had 1, 2 pushes down to a new low, and then we pushed up slightly, so we could have gone up again. It's possible. That could have triggered me and pushed up, and it would have been a second entry long. Now, obviously, we're in a downtrend, so just the fact that the downward momentum in this downtrend's obviously worked in the favour of the market, but obviously I didn't get in that because I thought it was a little risky. Although I'm going to sit on for another sort of 15 minutes, I don't want to take anything stupidly risky. I am going to take a quick bathroom break anyway. I'll be 2 minutes. Okay, so we had a new low there for sure. So clearly downtrend day, no arguments there. So you would think the way that's sitting that there would be a bigger channel there, but sorry. It doesn't look like it, does it? No. It's strange that, isn't it, channel? Popped out a couple of times, come back in, popped out a couple of times, come back in. Now we've had a new low now, and three sort of, I mean, people call them dojis, but a doji really is where it's right in the middle. That one is, that's one tick off its high, but strange, isn't it? So we've had a break, two pushes to a new low, another push up, another break, another push to a new low. So we're clearly working down. So EMA is quite steep. So whether we'll push up and come down some more, it's hard to say because that trend has played out, although it has come back into it. So it's missed that entire trade. Yeah, as Max says, 3 bars sitting side by side rings alarm bells. We had there, but that one dipped a little bit. And the fact that that triggered got me interested because I thought short-term trend channel break new high, so I thought there may be some traders in there. Just wondering whether... Actually, I kind of like that. Let's put that. In fact, let's remove that because that is just a couple of legs down, isn't it? One leg down, leg pulling. I kind of prefer that. Touch, touch, touch. That works nicer. That's just a couple of, we just a break new high, 2 legs down, push up, back into another channel. So I need to get up here though. Let's get rid of that. Just wondering. One leg. Touching lovely on this side. Touch, touch, touched a few times. I could slightly adjust that. That's fine. Still fits beautifully on the back side. Let's get back up here. Can I ask what setup you are looking for? A second entry long, something like this one. We had a push up, we had a break. So it's a second entry long, first entry, and when this one broke, it's quite hard to explain really if you're not up with Pats, but we had this, I don't know how to describe it really if you're not sure, but it's a first entry. It's basically two legs back, so we're looking for 2 legs back. So we had 1 leg up, came back down, had another leg up. So we tried to push up twice. That bar broke above this, and it closed below it. So it's quite hard to explain, really. Maybe someone else on there could probably put it a bit better. I'm not very good at teaching, really. But yeah, we had a push up. I mean, we're clearly working down at the moment. So same sort of thing here. We had a push up. This bar broke above here and closed below, so you're thinking down again, but I probably haven't made much sense there. Sorry, Lewis. Maybe someone else could put it into words a little bit better than me. I'm not a natural teacher, really. I know what I think, but when I speak about it, it doesn't quite come out the same way. But yeah, we're looking for 2 legs, really, or a 2-legged pullback. If I saw something really good here, I'd show you. Kevin, what you're describing exactly how I've handled my PA accounts. It's probably because we all do the same thing, Kev. Now, we all know the sorts of money, because you hear it every day, how much you can earn. And in a sense, it's quite hard to believe we're ever going to do it. So there's a lot of doubt. And if you've been struggling a while, you won't have much faith in your skills, although they will be developing every day. And sometimes you think you need a bit of a head start or a bit of a push up at the ladder, because you're not going to be able to get there on your own. And I think most of us feel that sort of same way, which is probably why, sometimes it's nice to hear other people. When I've had chats with other people, I had a chat with Nick, Nick Sester, who's on this stream. I've had a couple of chats on the phone. And when someone else explains things and he watches the stream, he can see what I'm doing and he can see my thought process. But when you have someone who's in the same boat as you, sometimes you click with them and you can sort of help understand each other and help make things clear. So we're all feeling the same way, mate. But my answer to it is, you just got to keep going, because as the more you've been doing it and your skill level develops, you'll start to have confidence and belief that you can trade this chart and you can identify setups and you're successful, 80, 90%, whatever it may be. And then you won't naturally feel the need to have an extra bit of luck or a leg up. You'll believe you can get there on your merit, on just your own merit. And that takes a bit of time. But I believe that's my thought process. There's all these hypnosis and try this and try that, walk away. When you're in the middle of revenge trading, you try walking away from your desk. It's almost like you're welded to the seat. And you'll continue to do that for a period of time. But at some point, your skill level, as you're going through this, your skill level is slowly getting better and better. And I think you'll reach a point where you tip the balance. So your skill level will start to slip in your favor, and you'll start to think, hold on a minute, I'm taking my time this week and it's worked beautifully, and you'll start to believe a little bit then. And that's the way I figure it works anyway. So let me just pull this leg out of the way so I don't get confused. But that's sitting there. I would say one leg down, two legs down. Also with 1, 2 there, one leg, we'll see. Why look for a long in a downtrend? No, I'm only looking for shorts, mate. I'm probably just talking a pullback to short. No, I'm only looking for shorts. Touch. Now this looks like it could be a breakout of this channel, but no, would be easy to find a short. Yeah, that's all I'm looking for, mate. Short there. The only reason I took a long there is because we had a break of this channel, and when you have a break, usually you make a new low. And I only needed a couple of points. And obviously it's not long, it's a short anyway, isn't it? I don't know what I'm thinking. But yeah, that was a short. So yeah, I am only shorting. Emotion level, I'm staying cautious. 410, 400. Yeah. Down here, yeah. Yeah, I'm quite happy to come back tomorrow and take my 2 points if that's the case. I just thought, while I'm here and I'm feeling okay, I might as well sit here another 20 minutes and see what happens. So, okay, so there's no entry there anyway. That's a new low. So let's see if we make a break. Let's see, have a look. Yeah, this is clearly a channel. We got no arguments there. Touch a bunch of times. Touch. It's fitting nice both sides. So this is a break. We are on a downtrend, so you would expect to make a new extreme, but obviously you're going to take the right setup. So hopefully break new high, and then a lower high below the EMA or possible failure. Yeah, this emotional level's down here, isn't it? If we can get something, maybe we can get out before then. We'll see. Okay, there's our break of the short-term trend channel. So we've had a break of the bigger channel, break of the short-term trend channel. Now, in this case, we had a break of a new high. In this case, we didn't. Here we didn't. So, but what I've got to give the opportunity to not get trapped. So sometimes it's good to wait for the short failure and to know you're taking then a trade in the right direction. I can't see any sideways, so we're not ranging or anything. Push up, push down, and there's our high there. We're not ranging. So I would expect we're still working down. Okay, so there's our clear break. So there's a first entry, but not good enough for us. We don't want to go in on first entries. If that was a bit lower, that will be then a second entry short, but I prefer to get the lower high, something below the EMA, giving us enough room just to get out for 2 points. Yeah, as Nick mentioned, emotional level. People tend to get out a lot of the times around even numbers, like the 4100, 4000s, 4200, just even numbers. A lot of people tend to, we're naturally drawn to even numbers, aren't we? Let's round them off. So that's what it means with the emotional level, which is here. But hopefully, if we can get something, we can get out before we hit that. But we're in a downtrend. We've had a break, and if we do come down, you would comfortably expect to break those lows. So if that doesn't get any lower, that's a second entry short, but it's still above AMA, so it could go up and make a new high. Okay. Possible second entry short, lower high. If we do get a lower high, what I've got to be careful of is a trap or a possible second entry long. So hopefully, if that triggers, I just try and identify areas where I may get trapped and stay clear of them. So let's say I took a short here because it was a second entry short. It's possible we're going to make a new high. So if we have another bar there which ends up bullish, that will be a second entry long. So you might get trapped. Now, usually what's happened in the last couple of times is when we've done this, we've come down strongly. And sometimes those, if you look there, sometimes those patterns just work. So I'm tempted to get in on this.
Order submitted.
Let's see how it ends. It's going to come down really quick, isn't it? I'm going to see if I can get on this limit
Order
order,
cancelled.
It's going to allow us. Let's see.
Order submitted.
It is a second entry short. See how it finishes. Okay. Let's see if it triggers first, because we could potentially get a second entry long. I only need 2 points. Let me just cancel this a minute.
Order cancelled.
I'm going to trade this, change this to 8. Set as template, save. Yes. I only need 2 points, so let's see if we can get this.
Order submitted.
Got to be careful of the trap. Let's give that a chance to get bullish, because if it does, that gets bullish, then it could be a second entry long, and if it triggers above, then I want to be going short, so I've got to be careful of this. I don't think it's going to. That's 12 ticks, isn't it? It's just that time and that time it came down really strongly both times, and it hasn't there, so that's a possible second entry long. So I want to give the trap chance. Stack bars, yeah, there was there and there was there, but it came down strongly. It hasn't done as yet, so there's a possible second entry long there, which may encourage some long trades to go in there. And if it does trigger above, then I'll put my order
cancelled.
1 tick below there, and that will be the failure. So you would have guessed if that finishes bullish above there, which it looks like it's going to, there's a second entry long there. A lot of traders might take that. So if this triggers above here, it's not fantastic, but if it triggers above here, then I'll go short below here and then try and get me 2 points. See if I'm looking back, came down strongly there, it came down stronger there, and it hasn't there, which is giving me a little bit of alarm bells. I would prefer to get a failure. So for that to trigger above here, I mean, it's clearly a trend in my opinion, a channel. Let's see if that breaks above there. Double trap. It's obviously risky at the moment, which is why it's going so slow. People are uncertain what to do, I think. Are we going up? Are we going to make a new high out of this? We haven't pulled down strongly. It's actually pushed back up a bit. I think trend's going to take over, which is it usually does. And eventually, it, you know, going long on a day like this, it obviously adds more risk. You'd normally short the day, so you think normally eventually the shorts will win over, but it'd be nice if we can get that. Yeah, I'm getting the impression the shorts are just are winning over just because of the momentum. You know, the obvious that we're going down. You're not thinking about buying there, really, are you? Certainly not now. Yeah, it's been a downtrend all day. You can't argue with that. You can't fight days like that, can you? I'd expect that now to push down to here. If we can get a failure, it would be nice, but see, still possibly a second entry long. But we have popped out here and we've bounced a few times above this channel. So it is possible that we could have one push up and another push up. Lots of buyers at 4,100. Yeah. I think if we can get below here, we'll drop. I still think one leg, two leg, unfortunately. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like one leg, two legs. As pretty sure as I am it's coming down, there's just no entry to get in there, really, is it? And once we blow below here, I think it's stalled a bit there, and then you've had that. So I think there'll be quite a few traders buying above there, pushed up and out. Maybe they're thinking we're going to have a couple of pushes down, bounce off here and go higher. Past few weeks have been such a test of patience. Yeah, they have, mate. I'm going to say patience are easy when you're sat here like me chatting, because I'm not sat in the quiet. You know, my thought process is going on out in the open. Hey, Lance, DJ and I are checking out for lunch. Best of luck with the last bit. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Angela. Thanks, DJ. Much appreciated. It's nice having my first couple hooked up. I just did tell my wife the other day. I said, oh, we got a couple in. Yeah, it's quite nice. So, yeah, have a great evening. I'll be here tomorrow, as usual. Hope you've had a good day. It has been quite a tough day, hasn't it? So, if we can get below here, but there is no entry for me, really. Yeah, there'd have been a time where I'd have just jumped in there. Not anymore. My pleasure. If she wants to talk about trading. Yeah. Don't hold your hopes up, will you? Yeah, if I said that, she'd probably laugh at me. Okay, let's have a look. It's almost like a triple test in a way, isn't it? I think when it goes through there, it's going to drop quickly. I'd say the way that's done that, there's almost certainly going to be some people trying to pick a bottom there. That's like a trade with us. Let's have a look. Go on, boom, give me a quick push. No, not as quite as, it was more dramatic in my head when it happened. You're welcome. What it's like to trade with husband. I have tried to get her to sit with me and it just didn't work. She got bored. That's interesting. We've made a new low and pushed straight off. I would say that's risky taking that myself. It's a second entry long. Just because of the down day. So whether that'll get there, I think that's a trap, that is. So tempting just to drop a trade there and that will be a failure. What risks that? 1.5 points. Downtrend is wider. Well, I did try and look at that, but it didn't work. I don't know, it just doesn't look right. Let me have a look. Let me see if it goes from there or something. That doesn't look right to me. Let's have a look. Where did I have it? No, that doesn't look right either. Let's have a look. And it's especially by the way it's working off the bottom. Bottom, top, break, new low. No, it doesn't look any different for me, that. I might be wrong, but we've had a break and a new low by 1 tick. Now, you could put an order below there, but I think that's risky. First swing from here would be here, wouldn't it? Me on about here. I don't know. That to me looks like a break. It's just fitting so nice along the top and along the bottom. Day Lance, hopping off. Always tomorrow. Yeah, you take it easy, bud. Thanks, Nick. We'll chat tomorrow, mate. You be careful on that skateboard. You go breaking any fingers, especially not your mouse button finger. That'll be. In fact, I'm tempted to insure me index finger just in case. Yeah, you have a good evening, mate. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we've had a break of that and a new low, and it's pushing up. So, where is it? Where is it? Ooh, now that is a failure, and there's probably going to be some longs there. I am tempted there. And it's only 6 ticks. Something's not right. I think we're coming down here. Let's have a look. All right. I go once, I go twice. It's a failure. The way it's bouncing off here. I'd say there's almost certainly going to be some longs there. So I wouldn't be comfortable until... Yeah. See, if you're saying we're including that, you're on about there, are you? That just doesn't look right to me, mate. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's just the way we've bounced right at the bottom there, which tells me we've lightly made a break. Trouble is, when I adjust my chart, it adjusts my thinking. So if I've adjusted it to there, I'll be inclined to go short here. But if it's not there, we've already had a break. In other words, that's played out, so I'm not ready to go short. So there lies the problem. I've done this before when I've taken a trade and messed up on a trade. I'm not saying it's not right, but it just looks... doesn't look right to me, that. I'm going to leave it where it is, just in case, because I've got to do what feels right to me, otherwise my bias changes. Let me just remove this a minute. Touched, 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 and we're fitting nice along the bottom. That's important as well. And I like how steep it's coming down compared to the channel, which means we've had a break and a new low, which we have. So I'll tell you what I will do though. Let's put a line there and see if this does play a part. Solid. Let's do dots. Make it 2. See if it bounces off that line, and then maybe I'll change it. But I've done this before. All right, everyone reads the market slightly different. Yeah, but I think you have to go what you believe to be right. It just looks too steep to come down at that angle, just the way it's coming down. So then that will be a break, and that will be a new low, which means it's played out. And there's a channel there. You can't just take that one. I think that's risky, because that's an area that you will be short in. Let's see if it takes that stop out. I think it may do, which means that was a break and a new low. It's the fact that we're stopping here, which tells me this channel's played out, and maybe we're going to move up and then come down from a different angle. No new low and higher high. There's no trade, need to wait. Yeah. Yeah, see, normally when you come down, we come down lower, but it's definitely seems to be leveling out. Now this may come down, it might work, but for me, there's just alarm bells. If you look at the rest, look, I mean, it's clearly lower, isn't it? But then all of a sudden, we didn't get that lower and we bounced off strongly. We came down again, hit the same sort of place, and pushed up again. So this may be a trap. There may be some shorts trapped here. I hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. If it goes up and takes that out, that stop out, I'd say we've had a break in a new low. You're expecting a lower low. Okay, so we've had a first entry anyway. If we push up above this again and then come down bearish, then I might think we're coming down, but it's just the way it's starting to flatten out along there, which is telling me this trend channel may have come to an end. And the way I've drawn it, we've had a break and a new low. It's played out. We'll see, because it may come down and bounce off here again. Yeah, I'm concerned. I'm glad I'm not in that short because it's looking a little bit dicey to me. Okay, perhaps it's working. Let's see where this finishes. No, there's not, is there? Interesting to see what happens here, because every time we've hit here, it's pushed off. But we are coming down. And, although we're clearly in a downtrend, it's just hard to say. You don't know whether it's going to bounce off there. Maybe come out a little bit higher or up to the top tier and then come down again. But yeah, see, that's making me nervous. Unless it triggered above there, and that will give us a lower high. This line here is definitely playing a part. It closed above it, it closed above it, it bounced off it. So that tells me this channel is played out. That's the trouble. If you start moving your channel, I've done it before. Someone says this or that, and I've moved it, and I've taken a decision on a trade, and it's gone against me. So I try and I don't mean to be rude by that, but I think you have to play it how you feel. It just doesn't work otherwise. So for me, just the angle this is coming down, it fits nice in here. So we've got a touch, touch, touch on the back end, touch, touch, touch. It fits nicer on the back end. So we've had a break and then 2 legs down to a new low, and then we pushed up. So maybe it's, you know, for me, it's still, I mean, there is a possibility there could be a bit of a range there. For me, it's clearly a downtrend. There's no argument there, but sometimes you've got to retrace a little bit and pull back before you continue down again. Let's just make that a different color. No, it's not it. Let's go with a nice blue. Yeah, okay. Also could be possible couple of legs up there. Let's have a look. Let's go from the, no, let's go from here. 1 leg. No. 1 leg, 2 leg. Yeah, we did the same there. We pushed down a little bit of correction, which we've done. Push down a bit of correction to pull back and then continue down. Push down a bit of correction, pull back and then continue down. It's clearly a downtrend, no argument there. It's been the same all day. So I expect this to carry on down at some point, but obviously it's going to do its thing. We had the same thing here. We had a strong pullback, another pullback, another pullback, smaller pullback. So we're going to have those. Need delta. To be fair, this strategy works with very little, just the exponential moving average, nothing else, and it works really well. And you can comfortably get into the 90%. It really does work well. But it's only when you sort of, if you've been trading it a while and you get used to it. But it is very accurate, and the price action is so accurate, it's unreal. Okay, so short-term trend, we've had that trend channel, we've had a break, we've had 2 pushes down, 1, 2 pushes down to a new low. We've come up and just retested this bottom, and this line's worked, mirror of that. That line's worked beautifully there. Nothing can get below it. Bounced, bounced, bounced. Bit of funny message. They look like a bunch of crosses. And same again, bounced, bounced. One last time, and then up it goes. So whether we're going to get break and back up to these highs before we continue down, who knows? I suppose it's about time, isn't it? Started here, touch, 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 touch. Maybe we're due for it. And maybe that's 1 leg, 2 legs. Let's have a look. 1 leg, 2 legs, maybe. 1 leg, 2 leg. Maybe, indeed. I'm done for the day. See you tomorrow. Yeah, take it easy, pal. Thanks for coming along, mate, and having a chat today. Nice to hear some views. Order flow isn't just a replacement for your strategy. It's a complement. No, I absolutely agree. I have a friend who uses order flow. The trouble is with this, because it's quite fast moving in a lot of cases, we don't make the decision till the last second. You got your eyes. I mean, if I was going to go short there, how that finished, I'd have my eyes glued. So I don't know how I would feel looking right to another chart, but I don't fully understand order flow. So let me give you my take and tell me what you think. I believe order flow is it's the order book which shows you where there are likely to be buyers or sellers in the market. So if I've got my stop here, yeah, and I'm in an order, it will tell me how many buyers there are in the market. If there's a lot more buyers, chances are it's going to go up and take my stop out. Is that somewhere in the ballpark? So it gives you an early heads up of maybe the trade you're in, maybe there's not much in the way of shorts there, but there's more buyers above your order. Is that somewhere around about right? So ordinarily in a downtrend, short-term trend chart, we'd have a break, we'd have a new high, but in a lot of cases, it isn't making a new high. It didn't there, it didn't there, it did there. It did there eventually, it didn't there, it didn't there. So I'm always a bit nervous about using this EMA platform to move up to a new high. It's time and sales. Yeah, I don't fully understand it. I know a mate of mine gave me, is it Gomez, Gozo or something? There's an order flow software. Gomez? Something like that. He uses it, but he felt that he had his eyes glued on this and felt a little bit uncomfortable about glancing out. But, I'm up for trying anything, anything that may assist me, but I don't fully understand how it works. Price action is lagging, order flow is real time. Yeah, where are you from, Lewis? Are you from the UK by any chance? Or you US? I think a lot of you guys are US, but you just strike me as maybe UK based. But I'm certainly, open to anything that may. I think a trader, you're duty bound to keep your eyes and ears open for something that may, assist your decision making. Price action lagging. I think I've heard that before. I think what it probably means is you may get a little bit of information on what's likely to happen a little bit ahead of the bars, if that makes any sense. Are you from Southend? Okay, I did have some suspicions. Southend, so that's Shoeby-Ness area, isn't it? Sheerness, around that area. I lived down there for a spell. I had a stepfather in the army, and we lived in Shoeby-Ness, and it's over near, what's it called? Where you go over the bridge into that little island area, isn't it? I know what you mean. Yeah. Southend. Yeah, it's not far off the coast, is it? Or it's on the coast. Yeah, I'm always up for new ideas, Lewis. Anything that improves my trading or improves my edge, or may, aid me from losing that extra trade. Is it Gomez, actually? There's some software called Gomez, which is order flow based. Yeah, I think a friend of mine pays about $35 a month, but you can use it for free Dartford way. Yeah, okay. I spent a bit of time down that way. Used to go under the Dartford crossing and off that exit there to a place called Erith, but yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I don't know much about it, so maybe it's worth me watching a few videos and trying to get a little bit more grasp of what it is. But I'm pretty sure it's at the order book, isn't it, which shows you, and Ninja has everything you need. Are you on about the what's it called? The DOM? Is it the DOM? I think that's okay. So this, we've had a break. We've made a new high of this. So let's see if we are now getting to this top. There's some quick movement there. I think it's the DOM, isn't it? I'm up for using anything. I think it's important as a trader to constantly be open-minded. You have a full paid version? Yes, I do, mate. Yeah. I've got although I'm trading on Apex's license, I do have a lifetime license. Yeah. Okay, so we've had that break. We've had a new high and a bearish bar. So let's see if we can push through there and give us a lower high. We may not be finished yet. We may get up a bit higher. Yeah, I do, bud. It's a few indicators. Okay, what are they, mate? Let me know what they are, and I'll take a screenshot, and I'll have a play around maybe later. Watch bookmap for order flow. When you say watch it, you mean as in because to understand it before I use it, I need some sort of I need something on YouTube to point me in the right direction so I understand what the hell's going on. It's been streamed free by some YouTubers. Order flow, cumulative delta. Okay, let me take a shot of that. And that's just in the indicators, is it? Let me take a quick shot of that. Have you put a link on, Bud, have you? Because I don't think you can put links on here, which is why I don't think nothing's order flow volume profile. Okay, I'll certainly have a look at that, mate. Yeah, for sure. Later this evening. I'm always open for anything new which would could aid. Watch the real-time YouTuber link. Have you sent me it through Facebook or something, Bud? Have you? Because I can't see a link on the screen. Let me have a look. Yeah, you can't put links on for some reason. It doesn't accept them. I don't know why. So you might have to just, if you can find me on Messenger, mate, or message me somehow. Always looking for the extra secret because they aren't good enough. Trade price action. You are good enough, Lance. Stay with it. Oh, absolutely, mate. I'd never change this strategy. Absolutely, I believe in it 100%. But it's always interesting to listen to, to maybe see if there is another indicator that may help or may assist. Absolutely, but everyone trades slightly different. So Lewis it might be something that works with his system and not necessarily, because obviously what we trade is Pat's is pretty damn accurate. But from another trader's point of view, it's always interesting to listen to. But no, I'm not one of those. I started following a guy called Andrew Lockwood. It was a current. Let me just let my dog in. He's whining. Bear me a second. Sorry about that. Oh, cockapoo's crying outside the door. Come here, lad. Lots of info on YouTube on order book. Just search it. Yeah, I will do. Yeah, it's always, I'll never change my strategy, but I'm always up for something that may give you an extra. Oh, excuse me a sec. Sorry, wife on the phone. Your dinner's ready. I find it gives me confidence when I see a big buyer come in. Yeah, that's the thought. So I think anything that may assist your decision making or may keep you out of a trade. I mean, if I'm thinking about going short and I'm seeing potential big buyers coming in, then maybe I need to reassess my thoughts on that particular trade. So if it saves me making one trading mistake a week, I think it'd pay for itself. Let me just take a quick. I'll certainly have a look at that. No, as I was saying, I started trading currency with Andrew Lockwood a little over 2.5 years ago. And he said to me, find a strategy that works and stick with it and master it. Don't learn another one. And that's what I've done. I've had trader buddies who have moved on and tried different things without success. So I think a lot of people sometimes think these strategies, all you've got to do is do them and that's it. But it's you've got to know how to work the strategies, things like context and all that. So I definitely won't ever trade anything else bar max because I 100% believe in it. Okay, so we got this short-term trend chart waking. We've had a break, 2 pushes up to new high. Now I did put that possible measured leg up there, but this might be the area where it may likely come back down from, because we started here, we've touched a bunch of times here, we've touched here, we'll probably overdue a touch up here. So if we can get a touch and then maybe a lower high or a failure back down, then that would interest me. But as I say, I only need 2 points to pass this PA. So I don't want to do anything stupid, but I'd rather sit here an extra 15 minutes and see if something comes available. Okay, so we've had 2 pushes too high. We've had a bearish bar sat right on there. That's obviously a no-no. Stick to your strat. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Sam. If we can push down from here, maybe get through the EMA and find something bearish on the bottom part of it, then that would interest me. So let's give it 15 more minutes. Long, yeah, I just can't go long in this downtrend. I've taken 2 shorts. That one I lost a little bit there. Taking a short. I knew it was slightly risky, which is why I only needed 2 points to pass, and it was a low risk. But I know it's close to these bottoms, so I knew there was a possibility. But it was worth the risk because I could still pick up this PA account with another win, just a few points, that's all, instead of the 2 points I needed. But yeah, this is only a shorting market for me, really. Now, if you're scalping just a point, then that's a different story. But if you see Mac mark this chart, 9 out of 10 trades will be to the downside, with the exception of maybe this area here, which is primarily sideways. So yeah, 10 to 15 more minutes and I would have knocked on the head. So you could adjust that ever so slightly. Makes no difference here. None whatsoever. So it's fair to say that that's not break. It certainly hasn't changed anything there or there. I am wondering whether this is a spike in channel or is it not. Let's have a look. Okay, push down a little bit of sideways. Okay, so we are moving down now, so maybe this is a break and a new high. I would be doubtful of that because this trend channel doesn't necessarily look like a nice trend channel. It could just be something like that and a break and 2 pushes up. I would say that is probably more like it. But it is possible. Could be a spike in channel. A little bit of spike up and then up it this way. So I'm going to leave that there as well, just in case. Yeah, even if I hadn't taken that one, and I'd have won that one, I'd have still been a little over a quarter of a point short anyway, so it didn't really make a great deal of difference. So that was a calculated risk. We had this channel. It was a second entry short. Single bar wasn't fantastic, but I've seen trades like that where many times, and I've seen Mac mark them, and on someone else's chart that could be a tick or two south of there, which would make that look even more appealing. So I'm good with that. Okay, so in fact, I'm going to remove that. That looks right. It's just the way we've bounced twice, closed under there. See what happens here. See if we can have this lower high and then push for a failure. I'm not going to take just the lower high, I don't think. I think that's too risky, because we could get a second entry long and it may move high, and this may be a valid uptrend. We may come up to here, or we may have a proper break of the channel. Anything is possible. But if we can come down from here, push below the EMA, and then come back up and give us a failure, as far as I'm concerned, it's game on. I may just put that back. It does look like a spike and a channel, so maybe this is a break from this downtrend. This larger, I mean, you can't argue with that. It's fitting really nice within there. I mean, I'm not even convinced that's a break, really. You can adjust that and it will have marginal difference between how that touches there until we sort of get up here. This isn't the proper break for me. Yeah, I think this pushing up, this is with the giveaway, the way it was just bouncing and it wasn't pushing it. I mean, it went a tick lower there, but it strongly rejected it and then ended up right on its high. So for me, that was an area we were likely then to bounce up, which is why I left my channel. If I'd have drawn that channel like that, I'd have been inclined to go short there, expecting it to come down here, and I wouldn't have got. That's why I don't like adjusting my channel, because everyone does see it slightly different. Whereas if I leave it where it is, we've had a break and a new low. As far as I'm concerned, that's played out, so I stay out of it then. And I'm glad I did, because then it's obviously my process about my thought process of it bouncing along this line. To me, that's a reversal, and then it reversed up into that. You tried. Chess channel. How How do you move the chart up and down by the mouse? How do you move the chart up and down? The chart up and down. What about this? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. Reversal double bottom, yeah. Which is why I stayed out of there. Even if we pulled back to the EMA and ended up bearish, we came down probably 2.5 points and then pushed up. But to me, that's why, you know, lots of people make suggestions about trend channels, but because I've learned a certain way, I tend to just follow. Just the angle that come down, that was what it looked like for me. From here, just didn't look right. It might have worked on the tops, but the angle at the bottom was different. And in leaving that, we had a break, 2 pushes to a new low, and then a clear reversal area, which it did pushed up. So dragging it. A mouse around, what he means. This, you just click on the left button of the mouse and you can left to right or up and down that way. Is that what you mean? Or if you right click, you can go up, down, sideways, and if you left click, just left and right, or you can use this side there, push up and down. You don't need the control key with max toolbar now. No, just on the mouse, just click sideways, click up and down, and then obviously the slider bars left and right. Oh dear. Yeah, I generally believe price action, pure price action, when you get good at it, you can be incredibly accurate. Oh, can you? I didn't know that is trader. No, I don't know. I've had that long, see, coming up 2 years, so you don't forget, don't you? That might be why you've asked, actually, because it's, yeah, if I right click now, up, round, down. Left click, I can only go left or right, but you can use these scroll bars. Okay, so we've had this spike and a channel. Oh, Sam, you're late today. Where have you been? You just got out of bed, have you? Oh, yes, it works with control. Okay, there you go. So control, it works without max. Without max, you don't need it. There you go. Okay, guys, I think I'm probably going to knock it on the head, actually. It's 4.25 hours. I have been looking for just this 1-2 points, but I'm not going to force it. And at the moment, price action's gone a bit slower and pushing out of here. So I'm going to leave it at that, actually. So 2 trades, one for, one against. So we ended up basically 0. So which is okay. It was a clear downtrend, but it was quite choppy. There wasn't a massive amount of opportunities, unfortunately, but that's the name of the game sometimes. But I'm not going to force it. I did say if it takes another day, it takes another day. So don't forget this 80% off for Easter is on for about another 13 days. So it's off 80% off the first payment. And should you take longer than a month, it's 80% off for reoccurring as well. So if you've used that code of mine, I appreciate it. And if you have used it, I appreciate it again. It does help me out. It enables me to trade here full-time along with my part-time job. So I appreciate you guys. No, you done, are you? Good on you, mate. I appreciate you guys hooking up with me as usual. It's nice. We've got a nice community coming here. We have a bit of a laugh, a little bit of banter. And we sort of swap ideas. And, you know, when I first started trading, Andrew Lockwood told me, surround yourself by people you want to be like. You In other words, other traders who've got the same idea, who go through the same struggles and the same emotions. And then hopefully we all help each other, because we've all had struggles. We've all had good times and we've all had bad times. But hopefully, if we help each other out and watch each other's backs, and, you know, a little bit of supportive, friendly bit of advice when we need it, we'll all move in the same direction together anyway. So that's it for today, guys. I'll be back here normal just before the market officially opens, which is about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So have a great evening. I hope you've had a good, positive day. I treat it as a business and simple. That's exactly what I'm doing now. I come here, do my 9 to 5. I sit here, I take any opportunities, and that is it. I walk away. So because I'm that obsessive about stuff, and I've spent so much time. You know, I get up early hours of the morning if I can't sleep sometimes and look at people's charts. And I've done that now for nearly 2 years. And I think it's time now to try and keep trading to work hours, do my job, and then go home for the evening. And, you know, in most jobs, you don't go back to work after, do you? So there you go. So that's it for the day. I hope I haven't rabbited on too much, and I appreciate the conversation. So I will catch up with you all same time tomorrow. So have a great evening and stay safe, and we'll do all this again tomorrow.